What is going on out there, good people? Just getting out in the shop, getting set up, getting the charts going. Nasty flush, I see. Nasty, nasty. I was in the Discord just talking to Spark as I was headed home. I was streaming my charts to my phone, and I saw this first 15-minute candle to make a new low right there. And I told him, I'm like, dude, this about to tank. I didn't expect it to tank like that. I just thought it was gonna come down here to this 30 level and maybe try to hold. That thing let go. That candle right there is 133 points. 133 point drop in 15 minutes. You see it came all the way down to this midline that I got drawn on my chart, and it is trying to bounce off of that. But that was a wicked move, y'all. Wicked.
I feel like I don't want to step on the gas too hard right now since that move is to, catch a breather. But I think I can keep my stop tight. Let's see if we break lows again. Come on. I just missed that. I'm gonna get into a pullback on this and risk. Did it hit you or did it miss you by like 6? Oh, no.
This is a sick move. Like I say, I called it off of this 15-minute first 15-minute candle to make that new low right there. I figured it would give 1R, which was going to be this dash black line, but good Lord, wicked flush. Spark, you over there? Am I muted? Let me see something. Yo, can you hear me? I must be muted. Let me blow this chart up. Something that I didn't catch is that the market came back and retested that yearly 61.8 level last night. Blow this up and snap a picture real quick. What time was that? It's like 5 o'clock. Yeah, that was wicked. Missed that. That. Take a quick screenshot. Post that. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Shutting this down. Just trying to rejecting this legend. They are the team to make a new mode. It's just a play. Successfully worked. If you do it, you can turn it off. Yeah. Keeps on rejecting anything up there, which is where we're at. Because of the money zone, but we'll see if we break the demand that's coming on to test this established on to you know, we need to break this thing. After that one, non-steam candles, they go from the low, everything. So when let's wait, there, to get more out of that, but okay, actually feel bullish. Indicate something. This market chill out. Start until the thing gets 750 is where I think it starts to shitty situation today. Anything? This is right. It's just about down 200. But the way that they calculate this is from the unions coming up to do. I can calculate trades from last night 6 p.m.
Say what now?
I need to figure out how to calculate my trades so it's reporting. So it's like giving me the right stats. Right now, it's not giving me the right stats.
What you mean in Tradeovate?
Yeah, so it's 6 p.m. last night.
Yeah, you can do a custom time set.
Yeah, it's 6 p.m. 6 p.m. I think about it. Yeah, this thing right now. To 5-7 OC, that's why it's supposed to be 5-6.
Roger, 0J, and I feel fine.
Yeah, that's right.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Re-entry,
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the Ever Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
yeah, that's that one.
100. Discovery, go and throttle up.
15 and every.
Four computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
No, it's just when you open, you open that thing. Data 5-2. Which is the thing you get today in 4 minutes.
See, this is the foolishness that used to blow my account up right here, being like, I want to take this long. This gotta go back up. Oh, you know it. Boom.
Started taking my paddles. Today was a great lesson on taking your stops. You know, I fucking went up 150 something. It was another great lesson. Giving the market enough to take, enough room to take back all that you made. Because then you would have been up bigly, right? Catching the shorts when you bought the shorts. Instead, I have explained that, you know, it's in great condition. We didn't get any signals today. We got short signals. Stop, work, big time. So I don't know what to say with that. All I know is you shouldn't. You can go short when you want. It's your choice. Preferably, you lose work if they can take out the solid one. They don't think that's hard to do, but I mean, look at if you probably if you low somewhere, you can keep a tight stop. You should be enough. It did not. Fucking 50. It did not. Very fast. So one thing I did know. You broke that channel. It gives you the open. And once you broke it, I was like, I'm paying this shit. Took my $200 out. Great. Like I told you. Got back in here, got another move, got back in down here, got another move, got back in here, another. So I just could not hold this solid blue gambling. It's crazy. Even here, this spot was 27 points, if not bad. I was like, Jesus Christ, I don't know. Shit's crazy. And it's, and so that's how I should be both this short. And we both this short and another. Should have gotten here swinging that, but two other triggers. Didn't have to do it. I tried to get, see, this is another thing. Your entry here was retarded. Excuse me, for saying using that word, but there's no need to take this entry because there's no trigger. Continue. That's your first trigger, that's your second trigger. If you would have taken these two triggers with a nice stop, so let's say you got in here, they were 24 points, it's about 25 points. Even though you started when this crowd came in, you knew that we had to stop out. Small, none of this small. These were very big. And this was the fucker to the top. I knew when this cable came in, keeps bouncing at the bottom of the channel and you're sure you gotta respect it. You gotta respect that if you need to stop that one and next move up and get this move higher. I think we're gonna go up to like 50. Here you go, big dog. 50 coming up. That's wrong.
Oh, nah, I told you I'm done. I'm not. I don't. Nah, no. What's that now?
I was saying we had a decent trading day today. My shit was a bit of a roller coaster, but we got out high. We got out high.
Yeah, nah, mine was 'cause, you know, I'm going back into that pro account, so I'm just trying to get my last day under my belt.
Okay. So, I'm glad I just paid for that shit, but I'm making money and I ain't got to be stuff from scratch.
Yeah, I got 2 of them I could pay $400 for to turn back into pros, but once I paid that $100, and like I said, it's already passed. I just got time. I don't need the money, so it's like, man, let me get in kickback mode. That's why I said Thursday and Friday, I'm not gonna even trade. I start Monday fresh.
I think that's my accurate stats for this pro account. It's pretty good, man. You got 81 bucks. I have. That doesn't seem right. I went to the 6, right? Today to 7. Yesterday was the 6. Friday from 6 o'clock. I took a trade at 8. And I don't know I don't know why that's showing that I'm 50. I feel like I was down 200 and change today. But the end result is perfect. My total P&L is 220. What are you doing here, bro? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here, but let's see something. Let's see one more thing. I'm 39. Yeah, 30. Yeah. These stats are kind of weird, but okay. Once again, quality checks in this guy. It did take that pivot there somewhere along this candle. Would have made money on that graph if you took the 5-minute red wedges, easy money back down. You want to break lows, right? That's our theory. If we take these wedges, the goal is to break lows because the market is making lower lows. Keep it simple. Bro, my drawdown went down to like 1,600. We're back up to 1993.
See, that's the beauty of it. Like,
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
That's the crazy thing, man. Like I traded this account with a 90% trade accuracy. Like, why can't I do this shit just, it's crazy, man. I made $1,710. I lost $73. Largest losing trade was $9. Largest winning trade was $189. Average trade time 5 minutes. Longest trade time was 59 minutes. Cloud. Like, dude, do this shit in the regular account, man.
My brother, you do it in a regular account. You just have those 1 days.
That's all it takes, because the stats look good all the way up to that 1 day. You right.
Yeah, like,
That shit looks
it's not that you doing that, it's you doing it. 1 day.
just that one
Hey,
goddamn
so
day.
don't beat yourself up about what you're doing. Figure out how the hell you stop that 1 day.
Exactly. Don't argue with you when you're right.
Yeah. I'm trying to tell you. Today I was like, okay, if you keep losing, are you going to stop out for that daily loss? I've been on a green streak every day, right? Like 100, 300, 200, 100, 80, 90, 700. Like on a green streak literally every day. And when we get this condition here where it's red on green, I keep saying step on the gas, step on the gas, step on the gas, because I know it's easy money. All you gotta do is take your shots. But generally, you have a higher probability in this condition. Why the fuck would I come in and play anything else? It's kind of like the general theory, right? But it's because I can make money in that condition too. Fine. If it works, great. If it doesn't, stop trading, bro. Just stop trading. Cause like today, I keep telling y'all, man, you can make mistakes. I increased the risk on 3 contracts for 60 points. That means one of those contracts went 60 points. My average is 20 points. I increased the risk by that one by even, guess what would have blew up the account? Continuing to average in, well, let's just say, let's take it slowly. I took a maximum of 3 contracts. If I continue to add in and I didn't take my stop, number 2, that blows you up, then I would have lost more money on that trade. Number 3, if I scaled in again, and I would have respected my daily loss limit, I would have hit my daily loss limit quicker. I had 300 more points before I hit my daily loss limit. Sorry, $300 more before I hit my daily loss limit. So you gave yourself another play by taking that stop versus hoping trying to see if that trade would come in handy. And it did work. But this is the thing, right? Like when we're like, fuck, that shit is just hell. Never say that. Because when this shit goes, if this move went the other way, and you just, if you sized in accordingly and didn't take your stop, that play would have nuked. If you sized in accordingly and you took your stop, like LMB said, you're not getting drugged through the mud if you got your stop. They took my motherfucking money, went up another 20, 30 points, and then this whole move came down. We didn't know. Anyways, so not over trading, not oversizing, taking your stop, taking your setup, and making sure you hit your daily loss limit will protect the account. I can almost guarantee that shit. Today, I made the mistake of increasing the stop, so I moved my stop, but I took my stop. Did I move my stop? Yeah. You know what? I didn't move my stop. I said if the market makes a higher high, I'm gonna stop out based on the pivot that I chose. So anything in between that shit, I was gonna stop out. But I did break the risk management rule to only give the market 20 points. and that stop was 60 points away. Did I take my edge? Not on contract one or number two. Did I take my edge on the other two contracts? Yes. Did I oversize? No. So didn't take my edge on contract one, meaning my entry mechanism. Increase my stop beyond the risk parameters, number two, and I lived to fight another trade. I mean, listen, guys, if you need any more examples, and you guys saw the shit, you saw my P&L move, you saw when it stopped me out, you saw me get back in. I didn't have any fear because I would, again, the challenge is, would I have stopped out if I hit $520 negative on the day? I don't know the answer to that, but the answer is yes. But everything I just described and explained, that needs to be my experience. Your experience can be different. Go down 1,000 and then close the day 500. Think that you're gonna live if you keep doing whatever you did that got you down to that. Maybe you have a great experience. All I know is what I'm saying seems to be real, bro. Anyways, I gotta get some done, so just be. LMD doesn't believe in the daily law. Look at the games this market is playing at these demand levels. Back in the day, I'd have went long on this. Now I can't, guys, because we are red on red. This shit is dead.
And look at that hourly candle.
Do not buy cloned fragrances without trying the originals first. You how much how could anyone say Latafa Asad smells good? Or like Afnan 9 p.m. is the worst fragrance I've ever smelled. And then my simple response is, have you tried the originals? And most of the time people are like, no. Why would you buy a cloned fragrance of something if you don't know what the original smells like first? The best way to see if you're gonna like a cloned fragrance is to try the original. If you like the original and you don't want to pay that full price, then get the clones. But don't just blind buy a cloned fragrance because Noel Thomas told you to. What is the point of doing that if you do not like what the original is first? Try the original first before you buy the clone because you could be severely disappointed in yourself. Just like I am seeing this pimple on my face. Do not buy clone fragrances without trying the originals first. Do not buy clone fragrances without trying the originals first. You seriously have no idea how much I hear. How could anyone say Le Top Asphalt smells good? Or like, Afna 9 PM is the worst fragrance I've ever smelled. And then my simple response is, have you tried the originals? And most of the time people are like, no. Why would you buy a clone fragrance of something if you don't know what the original smells like first? The best way to see if you're gonna like a clone fragrance is to try the original. If you like the original and don't want to take
We are currently off the grid.
4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
I'm interested. Maybe that should already happen though, because we did do a nice up move. It's now it's balanced at 65 cents. So you would have been able to get one and have gotten this.
Yeah. It's man, yeah, that's crazy. You're gonna have a lot of wood to
This
chop,
contract
my
hit
friend.
10 over.
That's why I
I'm just putting
say,
in the round real quick. I'll be
yep, yep. It's yeah. You're gonna have a lot of wood to chop. Let's play it. Oh, there it is.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
This madness, brother. Dude, someone's buying up 70 cents. You guys can see that there. We bought 70. We don't really want to see this barrier break. If it does, our contracts are probably going to be too underwater. Well, my contract will be too underwater for it to make a difference unless we get a super rally. We got time before this guy talks, and I am 100% okay with losing this. Damn, look how much sellers are coming in right there, bro. They haven't loaded that shit. You guys still here or what? Check.
Talking to me?
Yeah. See if you guys are still there. Looks like Cash is there. DJing and shit. This shit looks too heavy, bro. You doing any options play, LB?
I'm gonna be a partaker. I just grabbed a $50 Q0 DTE only because of where we at on the Qs, or not on the Q.
Longs or short?
I grabbed a long just to see if he can snap this back up. If he snap it back down, I'm gonna lose 50 bones. If this goes back up though, where was this at today? This morning? Let's see, let's take this back out. So this contract was at $2 at 1 o'clock. I'm literally so on, and that's the crazy thing, man. This fib levels are even on this option chart and they look so good. But let's see. Yeah, oh, 2:30 he steps on the podium. Yeah, 2:30. So this thing got room all the way back to the top of the channel, or this shit got room to hell. The next level,
like I said, bro,
is 50% on the yearly candle, and we right in the middle between 50 and 61. But technicals are out the water right now, because if technicals were in place, I'm playing this to go down.
110%.
No, 50% level, not the 110% level.
That shit. That shit looks like a face score. Let me see what the face score looks like right here. So the face score will show us down $90. Damn, that's almost 61%, bro. Shit. Yeah, this contract's going to zero. This whole thing is $60. Nobody's buying, no one's selling. What the fuck is that size?
See, I'm only down $3, so this contract it can hold. Oh, I'm flat. I'm even now.
Yeah, you got the key, you see. Yeah, that's good. I got SPX. I'm trying to go. I'm trying to make $1,000 from this motherfucker talk. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm trying to if this can go all the way back up to the highs, I could make like 400% on this contract. See, here come the punk in me right now though, because it's literally green right now. Like, let me take my little profit.
Yes, right now. And the supply line up here, man, is the only thing that's what
Holy shit.
I want to do.
Dude. This Delta leaps crazy. These shits is up 191%. What did it do?
Yeah, my shit just shot up too. My Starbucks contract. Whole market just shitting on itself. Tesla's down. Airbnb went back down to 121, not too bad. Dallas could be good, whatever. Ooh, I see. SPS is possibly going up too. Can ES hit this level? Delete?
I might have to get out of it. I'm gonna try to sell 2 of these leaps real quick. I'm in 3 of them.
If this market doesn't hold its level here, which is the money zone, and yeah, this supply fuck around and knock us out. This guy comes in and says something good, hopefully you take that candle back, but it's 17. Look, this is holding. Big buyer there, 200 and change. Fuck was that balance when I needed it? Son of a bitch. I wouldn't mind losing $60. No, ain't nothing you can do. Let's just chill out, see what happens. It goes a nice pop, higher high. We need speed though, guys. This shit don't mean nothing.
Yeah, I need to just have an order sitting up there. Just like, how many you in? Just one?
I took them out. Yep, I'm in one. Bro, I ain't trying to make no bullshit money on this.
Yeah, you just, yeah, you looking for a lottery ticket.
Yeah, like it's $1.50. I don't care about that loss. See what I can do. $60, you have 20, 30, whatever. Talk about holding. Timing, everything, timing.
Dude, that Delta contract was selling. That's crazy. I'm in those leaps at $66. They were selling for $229 earlier. What the heck? They were up even higher than that. Oh, that's crazy, dude. These contracts was at like $4. No. 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 Uh-oh. Oh, this Q contract might stand a chance. Don't let go of. I think this is gonna give us a rip. minus 30 seconds. He's on the podium.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite heightened uncertainty, the economy is still in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged.
Uh-oh.
The risks of higher unemployment.
Oh, snaps. Let me put a stop behind this.
And we believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Pardon me. Following 2.5% last year, GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter.
Up 100% on this contract.
That were likely driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing complicated GDP measurement last quarter. Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP, which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 3% rate in the first quarter, the same as last year's pace. Within PDFP, growth
Putting brackets
spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a sharp decline in sentiment and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely reflect trade policy response. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 155,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.2% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggest that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in March. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Survey respondents, including consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters, point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of the balance sheet. The new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. The tariff increases announced so far have been significantly larger than anticipated. These policies are still evolving, however, and their effects on the economy remain highly uncertain. As economic conditions evolve, we'll continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the outlook, and the balance of risks. If the large increases in tariffs that have been announced are sustained, they're likely to generate a rise in inflation, a slowdown in economic growth, and an increase in unemployment. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we'll balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. For the time being, we're well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on inflation dynamics and the implications for our monetary policy strategy. Our review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference next week. Throughout this process, we're open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. A lot has happened since the last meeting. There have been tariffs put on, tariffs taken off, and even though there's a bill advancing in Congress, I just wonder if I could press you on the last part of your statement. Are you any closer now to deciding which side of the mandate is going to need urgent care first?
Well, so as we noted in our statement, post-meeting statement, we've judged that the risks to higher employment and higher inflation have both risen, and this, by the way, of course, is compared to March. So that's what we can say. I don't think we can say, which way this will shake out. I think there's a great deal of uncertainty about, for example, where tariff policies are going to settle out, and also when they do settle out, what will be the implications for the economy, for growth, and for employment. I think it's too early to know that. So, ultimately, we think our policy rate is in a good place to stay as we await further clarity on tariffs and ultimately their implications for the economy.
Hearing you describe what you're looking for in terms of being able to make a decision, it sounded like that's a long-term process before you sound like you're going to be comfortable, or the committee would be comfortable to act on what the data is telling you.
I don't think we know. I think, look where we are today. We have an economy that, if you look through, the sort of distortions in Q1 GDP, you've still got an economy that looks like it's growing at a solid pace. The labor market appears to be solid. Inflation is running just a bit above 2%. So it's an economy that's been resilient and is in good shape. And our policy is sort of modestly or moderately restrictive. It's 100 basis points less restrictive than it was last fall. And so we think that leaves us in a good place to wait and see. We don't think we need to be in a hurry. We think we can be patient. We're going to be watching the data. the data may move quickly or slowly, but we do think we're in a good position where we are to let things evolve and become clearer in terms of what should be the monetary policy response.
But there are some who argue that the current situation has notable differences. Energy costs are down, housing imbalances look nothing like they did 4 years ago. Labor demand appears to be gradually cooling with wage growth running below 4%. What do you see right now that could nourish higher inflation beyond a rise in goods prices this year?
I think the underlying inflation picture is good. It's what you see, which is inflation now running a bit above 2%. And we've had basically decent readings in housing services and non-housing services, which is a big part of it. So that part, I think, is moving along well. But there's just so much that we don't know. I think, and we're in a good position to wait and see, is the thing. We don't have to be in a hurry. The economy has been resilient and is doing fairly well. Our policy is well positioned. The costs of waiting to see further are fairly low, we think. So that's what we're doing. And, you know, we'll see. The administration is entering into negotiations with many countries over tariffs. We'll know more with each week and month that goes by where tariffs are going to land, and we'll know what the effects will be when we start to see those things. So we think we'll be learning. I can't tell you how long it will take, but for now it does seem like it's a fairly clear decision for us to wait and see and watch.
So when you say that you don't need to be in a hurry, does that mean that could the outlook change in such a way that a change in your stance could be warranted as soon as your next meeting?
You know, as I said, we are comfortable with our policy stance. We think we're in the right place to wait and see how things evolve. We don't feel like we need to be in a hurry. We feel like it's appropriate to be patient. And you know, when things develop, of course, we have a record of we can move quickly when that's appropriate. But we think right now the appropriate thing to do is to wait and see how things evolve. There's so much uncertainty. We talk to businesses, the market participants, or forecasters. Everyone is just waiting to see how developments play out, and then we'll be able to make a better assessment of what the appropriate path for monetary policy is. So we're not in that place, and you know, as that develops, and I can't really give you a time frame on that.
Janelle Martin with Bloomberg. So many economists have been pricing in higher odds of a recession, and several are noting that it is more difficult for the Fed to cut rates preemptively given the higher risks for higher inflation. So given the outlook, do you still see a path for a soft landing, and what does that look like?
Well, let me say, I mean, so let's look back and see where we are. So to go through 2024 up to the day, we've had you know, unemployment in the low 4s for more than a year. We've had inflation coming down now in the mid to low 2s. We've got an economy growing at 2.5%. So that is the economy as we see it now. What looks likely, given the scope and scale of the tariffs, is that we will see certainly the risks to higher inflation, higher unemployment have increased. And if that's what we do see, if the tariffs are ultimately put in place at those levels, which we don't know, then we won't see further progress toward our goals. But we might see a delay in that. I think in our thinking, we would never do anything but keep achieving those goals. But we would, at least for the next, let's say, year, we would not be making progress toward those goals. Again, if that's the way the tariffs shake out. The thing is, we don't know that. There's so much uncertainty about the scale, scope, timing, and persistence of the tariffs. So that's that. In terms of preemption, I think you can look back at the 2019 cuts as preemptive. I wouldn't say that what we did last fall was at all preemptive. If anything, it was a little late. But 2019, we did cut 3 times, but the situation was you had a weakening economy and you had inflation at 1.6%. So that's a situation where you can move preemptively. Now we have inflation running above target. It has been above target for 4 years. It's not so far above target now. And we have an expectation, conditional on what happens, that we'll see upward pressure on inflation. If you look at where forecasters are, they're all forecasting an increase in inflation. So it makes it, and then we've also got, forecasts of weakening in the economy, and some have recession forecasts. We don't publish a forecast about that. We don't publish a forecast that assesses how likely a recession is. But in any case, it's not a situation where we can be preemptive because we actually don't know what the right response to the data will be until we see more data.
Ruby Smith with the New York Times. How much weakness does the committee need to see, though, in the labor market and the economy more broadly to lower interest rates again? Is it about a certain increase in the unemployment rate over a period of time, or perhaps a certain number of negative monthly job reports? I mean, how are you making that assessment?
So first of all, we don't see that yet, right? We have 4.2% unemployment, good participation, wages behaving very well. Participation, I mentioned it at a good level. So, with the labor market, we would look at the totality of the data. We look at the level of the unemployment rate. We look at the speed with which it's changing. We would look at the whole huge array of labor market data to get a sense of whether conditions are really deteriorating or not. And at the same time, we'd be looking at the other side of the mandate. We could be in a position of having to balance those two things, which is, of course, a difficult balancing judgment that we'd have to make.
On that point about balancing, I mean, you've mentioned that the committee would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the time it would take to kind of get back to that point. But what does that mean in practice? I mean, how much of that assessment would be rooted in forecasts versus data dependence?
It would be a combination of the two. I mean, let's just say this would be a complicated and challenging judgment that we would have to make. We're not in this situation, but the situation is if the two goals are in tension. So let's say that unemployment is moving up in an uncomfortable way, and so is inflation. That's not the situation we're in, hypothetically, but we would look at how far they are from the goals, how far they're expected to be from the goals, what's the expected time to get back to their goals. We look at all those things and make a difficult judgment, and that's in our framework. It's always been in our thinking. We haven't faced that question in a very long time. So again, difficult judgment to make, and not one that we face today, and we may never face it, but we have to be keeping it in our thinking now.
Thank you, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So we had the CPI report that came out that showed month over month the first increase in inflation in about 3 years. The jobs report, he said, solid, that we saw. At the same time, we have those new tariffs that we're living under. So given this, should the Federal Reserve be cutting rates at all this year?
It's going to depend. I think you have to just take a step back and realize this is why we are where we are. We're going to need to see how this evolves. There are cases in which it would be appropriate for us to cut rates this year. There are cases in which it wouldn't. And we just don't know until we know more about how this is going to settle out and what the economic implications are for employment, for inflation. I couldn't confidently say that I know what the appropriate path will be.
So following on that, so then how does President Trump calling on you personally, as well as the Federal Reserve, to make rate cuts affect your decision today and affect your job difficulty?
Doesn't affect our doing our job at all. So we're always going to do the same thing, which is going to use our tools to foster maximum employment and price stability for the benefit of the American people. We're always going to consider only the economic data, the outlook, the balance of risks, and that's it. That's all we're going to consider. So it really doesn't affect either our job or the way we do it.
Hi, Howard Schneider with Reuters, and thanks for the time. I'm wondering, given the complexity about the first quarter GDP and what lies ahead, I'm just wondering what your intuition tells you about the underlying direction of the economy right now? Many of your colleagues have said they feel growth is slowing. If so, do you have any sense of by how much, to what degree the slowdown may be? What does your gut tell you about how things are evolving out there?
My gut tells me that uncertainty about the path of the economy is extremely elevated, and that the downside risks have increased. The risk is, as we pointed out in our statement, the risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen, but they haven't materialized yet. They're not really in the data yet. So that tells me more than by intuition, because I think it's obvious actually that the right thing for us to do is we're in a good place. Our policy's in a very good place, and the right thing to do is await further clarity. And there's usually things clarify and the appropriate direction becomes clear. That's what usually happens. Right now, it's very hard to say what that would be. In the meantime, the economy is doing fine. Our policy isn't, it's not highly restrictive. It's somewhat restrictive. It's 100 basis points less restrictive than it was in, last summer. So we think it's in a good place, and we think the appropriate thing is for us to wait and see, and get more clarity about the direction of the economy.
Well, let me press you on this idea of the economy being fine right now, because reading the Beige Book very closely the last time around, there was a lot of negative stuff, negative sentiment that was in there. And I know that everybody's looking at soft data right now. You mentioned it yourself that the sentiment's sour. The Beige Book was talking about, the beginnings of layoffs in some industries, prices rising in some places, and an awful lot of investment decisions being pushed to the sideline. Doesn't that point to a slowdown?
It may well. It just hasn't shown up yet. We all look at all these sentiment and read many individual comments just to get a better feel. And businesses and households very broadly are concerned and postponing economic decisions of various kinds. And yes, if that continues and nothing happens to sort of alleviate those concerns, then you would expect that to begin to show up in economic data. It wouldn't maybe show up overnight, but it would show up over weeks and months. And that may be what happens, but it hasn't happened yet. And also, there are things that can happen that will change that narrative. I mean, they haven't happened, but it's possible to imagine things that yes, we're watching extremely carefully like everyone is, but don't see really much evidence of it in the actual economic data yet. And by the way, consumers keep spending, credit card spending. It's still a healthy economy, albeit one that is shrouded in some very downbeat sentiment on the part of people and businesses.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. The Fed's been criticized recently by a former governor for what he calls mission creep. You take on more problems, use more tools, and then end up building tools to deal with the fallout of those tools, which then makes it a given that you will act more aggressively in the future. Is that a fair critique, and is that something you would be looking at in your framework review?
Sorry, say the critique again?
That the Fed has been involved in mission creep, gets involved in using too many new tools to deal with problems that could go too far. Is that something that the critique was based around the fact that you did QE and QE and QE and went beyond the narrow confines of your mandate?
So, well, I mean, there are a couple of things. That's not really beyond the confines of our mandate. I would say this: we did things. Essentially, we were on an emergency footing for a couple of years in the pandemic. It's very fair and very welcome for people to look back over what we did and say, hey, you could have done this better and different. And one thing we hear a lot is we could have explained QE a little better. We did think we were explaining it in real time. I completely accept the thought that we could have explained it better. There's a lot of thinking that we went on too long with QE. I can tell you that the reason we did was we were concerned that we didn't want a sharp tightening in financial conditions at a time when we thought the economy was still vulnerable. And so we did hold on for a long time to QE, and we of course tapered and everything, and then we immediately went into QT, and we're down a couple of trillion, but I get we certainly, with the benefit of hindsight, could have tapered earlier or faster. That's absolutely right. But this is all very welcome. It's we knew doing this in real time that we weren't going to get it perfect, and those kind of after action kind of looks are essential, and we're doing the same thing in our review. So on some issues.
The other part of that critique is that you've taken on topics that are outside of the mandate, such as climate change and trying to ensure that certain groups are benefited by your economic policies in terms of employment, etc.
So, okay, on climate, you've heard me say over and over again that we will not be climate policymakers, and that our role on climate is a very, very narrow one. And I think that's what we've done. We've done really very little on climate. You can say that that little bit that we've done was too much, but I wouldn't want to give any impression that we've taken climate and it's something that we're spending a lot of time and energy on. We're not. We have very, very narrow things. We did one thing of one guidance for the banks, and then we did a one-time stress analysis, climate stress analysis. That's it. And we dropped that in the network of the financial system. So we didn't do much on climate, but I do think, I've said this publicly several times, I think it's a real danger for us to try to take on a mandate like that, which is a very narrow application to our work. And the risk is if you go for things that are really not in your mandate, then why are you independent? I think that's a very fair question. I do think we've done a whole lot less on climate than some people seem to think we did. Anyway, that's what it
Should be about thinking about the question of reaching rates down for specific time.
we didn't do that. What we said was that we never targeted any unemployment rate for individual racial or demographic groups. What we said was that maximum employment was a broad and inclusive goal. And I think what we meant by that was we're going to consider the totality of the country as we look at our maximum employment goal. Of course, we were never going to target any individual group with that, but I think some people, wanted to hear it that way, but that's not at all what we meant. So that's just not a correct reading of our. But I can see how maybe people found that confusing, and we have to take that into consideration.
Hi, Chair Paul. Thanks for taking our questions today. I'm Jolie Kent with CBS News. You've said wait and see, and the economy is doing fine today, but the impacts of tariffs are already showing up at the ports. Businesses big and small are telling us that they feel it, and most importantly, consumers say they feel it. But the challenges are here, and there's no waiting and seeing. For Main Street, what is the breaking point? What would have to happen to prompt a rate cut specifically?
Well, so we really don't see in the data yet big economic effects. We see sentiment or concerns that higher prices may be coming or things like that. And so they're worried now about inflation. They're worried about the a shock from the tariffs, but they really haven't. That shock hasn't hit yet. Okay, so we're going to be looking at the not just the sentiment data, but also the real economic data as we assess what it is we should do. And remember, there will be two effects. One of them would be weakening economic activity, which translates into higher unemployment, and the other would be potentially higher inflation. Again, to say it again, the timing, the scope, the scale, and the persistence of those effects are very, very uncertain. So it's not at all clear what the appropriate response for monetary policy is at this time. And and by the way, our policy is in a good place, so we think we can wait and move when it is clear what the right thing to do is. Really not at all clear what it is we should do. So people are feeling stress and concern, but unemployment hasn't gone up. Job creation is fine. Wages are in good shape. People are not layoffs, or people are not getting laid off at high levels. Initial claims for unemployment are not increasing, in any kind of impressive way. So the economy itself is still, in solid shape.
Just a quick follow-up. President Trump now says he does not plan to remove you as chair. When you heard that, what did you think?
I don't have anything more for you on that. I've pretty much covered that issue. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Chris Rugier, Associated Press. I just wanted to follow up. Earlier, it sounded like you said it was unclear how the Fed, what kind of interest rate decisions you will make later this year. So does that, in March there was guidance that 2 cuts might happen. 2 cuts were penciled in for this year. Is that now that guidance from the last press conference, has that been overtaken by events this month?
We don't do a summary economic projections at every meeting, as you know. We do it every other meeting, and so this was the meeting when we didn't do it. And we don't also kind of poll people, so I really wouldn't want to try to make a specific projection for where we are relative to that. We will, in 6 weeks, we have a June meeting, and you'll have another S&P. I'm not going to hazard a guess here today as to what it would be. Again, what I would say is that we think our policy rate is in a good place. We think it leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential developments. That's where we are. And that, depending on the way things play out, that could include rate cuts. It could include us holding where we are. We just are going to need to see, how things play out before we make those decisions.
Great, and just to follow up on that, I mean, when you address the issue of how the Fed would handle both rising unemployment and rising inflation, how are you thinking about the fact that addressing one would exacerbate the other? So a rate cut to reduce unemployment could worsen inflation and vice versa. How do you handle those?
You just captured this is the issue with the 2 goals being in tension. It's a very challenging question. Now, there can be a case in which one goal is very far. One variable is very, very far from its goal, much farther than the other, and if so, you concentrate on that one. And frankly, that was the case. Well, it wasn't a case where they were really in tension, but if you go back to 2022, it was very clear that we needed to focus on inflation. The labor market was also super tight, so it wasn't really a trade-off. I think what our framework document says. It says we'll look at how far each variable is from its goal, and also we'll factor in the time it would take to get there. So, that's going to be potentially a very difficult judgment. But the data could break in a way that it's not. I just don't think we know that. The data could easily favor one or the other. And right now, there's no need to make a choice, and no real basis for doing so.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask, Congress is currently debating spending cuts alongside extending the tax cuts. And I know you've talked many times about how the path of the debt is unsustainable, but given that we're also talking right now about the economy slowing, potentially even recession, I was just wondering, is there a danger that spending cuts now could slow growth a lot more?
We don't give Congress fiscal advice. We take what they do as a given, and we put it in our models and in our assessment of the economy. So I wouldn't want to speculate on that. I mean, I think we do know that the debt is on an unsustainable level. Well, it's on an unsustainable path. Not an unsustainable level, but an unsustainable path. And it's up to Congress to figure out how to get us back on a sustainable path. And, it's not up to us to give them advice.
What do you think that they should take past economic conditions as they look at this?
I don't need my advice, our advice on how to do fiscal policy any more than we need their advice on monetary policy.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. In your Jackson Hole comments last year, you said you would not welcome further cooling in labor market conditions. The unemployment rate then was 4.2%, which is what it is now. Many forecasters now predict a higher jobless rate. How has your tolerance for weakening labor market conditions changed compared to a year ago?
So it was quite a different situation. What was happening last year is that over the space of 6, 8, 7 months, the unemployment rate went up by almost a full percentage point. and it was click, 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 click each month. And you know, everywhere people were talking about downside risks to the labor market. At the same time, payroll job numbers were getting softer. And so
Joe, you there?
really obvious concern about downside risk to the labor market. And so at Jackson Hole, and then in September, you know, we wanted to address that forthrightly. We wanted to air for the, we saw an air for years. So we wanted to show also that we're the labor market. And it was important that we send that signal. Fortunately, since then, the labor market has really, and the unemployment really been moving,
My contracts,
you know, well in
value depreciated ridiculous. I had my contracts at 49 cents.
has
And where it's currently standing, which is significantly higher than where it was.
it's very different.
It's now,
Situation
yeah, I got a 0 DT.
risks to inflation.
It's literally at 49 cents now. I sold that shit for a 50% gain.
And we've got to monitor both of those. We actually have a potential. There's nothing I can do over here on my own for tension between the two. Potential, but wait, we don't have what happens. We may not have it, but that's what we have, and that's why I think it's a very
What are your position?
situation.
I mean, I guess I want to follow up on
SPX.
I seen the jobless rate. You would.
You know, it's so crazy.
I can't give you a.
This is where it either is going to work or not work. Because we made higher lows with the SGX contract was near.
Which of them?
So it's I think it's dead. But if I put 150 up and I was willing to lose 100%.
That would tell us what to do with
Were you ever up?
less. This, you know,
Nah, dude, I was as soon as I got in, it was during the tank out, but then I saw it curling at 60 and I was like, yeah, I should buy another one. So like, you know what? No, try to go specific. I don't even follow the contract like options, and I saw the contracts curling at a demand.
Yep.
In 15 minutes.
market, of course, that's
It just didn't work out. It did shoot up though. It went from 60 cents to about 10.
you know, that it wasn't.
Oh, hold on, man.
Chance to get out,
It was
but
getting very.
I'm holding this shit, bro.
Isn't there a DT?
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, it might just expire worthless unless we get that IE fill. I don't know. Because I'm looking at mine, and my contract's actually below where I got it for, and I got it way lower. I mean, when I got into my, but the SPY 0 DT, MES or ES doesn't really matter. When I got in, it was at, I got in at 5.61150 is when I got in.
Yeah. You know, truth be told, I haven't done this in such a long time that I just kind of jumped the gun there. But basically, you want to start to try to look for a contract when it gets really, really close to the in the money or at the money. When it gets close to at the money, these $10 contracts that are currently at the money are going to be like $2. And depending on the spike that we get within that last 10 minutes, that's just going to shoot. But I think my contract's with that dude. It's 20 cents. I should just take that.
Yeah, the ones I was in, they still sitting where I got out at, which is crazy.
Well, you got a QQQ.
Yeah, they went up to like 200%.
And yeah, you got a QQQ, dude. That's I just created a new combine with Top Effects.
Created a new one?
Yeah, I have autonomy to create accounts. So I just created the new one with Top Effects to see. We're in a contest right now, so we're all trying to see who gets who closes the highest P&L by the end of FOMC. My boss is up 14K right now. One guy was up 6K, he lost it, he's down to 5. I was up like fucking 4K, then I got blown up with the download, and then this fucking one came. I'm like, shit. But we're taking crazy sides, dude. We're all taking like 10 and 15. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just playing around.
Yeah, it's a friendly contest. I ain't gonna lie, you know, nigga, this shit was lackluster, bro.
this was lackluster. Like it should have. It's still in the same range that we played in today. Like literally, we're gonna close with an inside block.
That is spot stocks.
Yeah, it never did. It never made a real pop
30%.
or drop. The drop went down to the 15-minute level or yesterday's lows, and they caught a bit. Yeah, that was a solid ass trade. Whoever kind of saw that. I don't think it's over though. Power Hour could fucking go nuts. Yeah, for me, it's still basically testing the technical levels. It ain't really like just exploded to a level. I know, right? It didn't do the move that we like. Yeah. To the good. My thing is like, so during this time, I guess we take profit traders. You can't take a trade none while he's on the podium. Well, no, I think it's only 2 minutes. I think it's 2 minutes before and 2 minutes after. 2 minutes during, 2 minutes after. But that's really crazy though, because it still has that volatility at any time. That's what I'm saying. Like they don't care if you trade. I think it's 2 minutes before, 2 minutes during, 2 minutes after. At least that's what I read. It's either 2 or 1. But they don't want you to be involved when that shit.
When he says good afternoon,
Yeah, you're done.
when he says good afternoon, they don't want you in that shit.
Bro, I was watching the YouTube. The YouTube said, chop. Oh, so we're in a chop zone right now. Damn, he took it off. Let me see if I can find it.
Drop has earnings to Shopify.
Alright, so this guy said, watch out when he says good afternoon. Watch out when he actually says the word stagflation. If he has a purple tie, and if he's asked about his job. Tough questions from Nick T from the Wall Street Journal. These are things that will move the market.
He's trolling, but that's not gonna do the market. I'll be back. I'm trying to get some tints on my car, so my wife's calling a couple of people, so baby.
Thank you.
Wow, those guys butchered my 0DTs. My 0DTs is way higher. They're fucking, it's literally below when I bought it. Crazy. Straight up butchered my shit. I should probably do a breakdown. I should do my breakdown video.
Okay, so this is it.
I'm gonna do my breakdown. You gotta meet anyways. I'm gonna do my breakdown video.
Cool. My wife getting me some gas.
Roger, 0J, and I feel fine. Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the Ever Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
doing today? You out there? Yeah, dude, you missed it. Oh my god. Yeah. I'm on another Discord, that's why. Yeah, man, I just, this shop wrote another contract at $5. The shit shoots up to 95, breaks even. I would have been up actually, and I didn't take that.
I would be up 200% right now. It went 300. Yeah. Heck yeah.
That was so fast, dude. So fast.
That part was after he was done talking, wasn't it?
I don't think so. I think that was Trump saying some shit. 96%, bro. That shit ripped. This is over, buddy. 350 just hit and nothing happened. We didn't get another spike.
Show me the actual song. Put him on my phone just to see what it did. Oh, damn.
Remember, I had fucking 2 seconds to decide, bro. I know. It's over, but I don't think these contracts are gonna be the ones that pop up. They have better ones right now.
Go there and tell them that we want to make progress this way.
Yeah.
Come here. Only trade with them.
Good try. I know, this shit is fucking hard to get rid of it. I think, yeah, we can keep that momentum going. Yeah.
Sometimes it's done. These is secondary. Reasons like this. You want to reach out now? Okay. Yeah. Have a good one.
Oh man, LMD. This thing is so close to being at the money. If the rips 50 points is on, bro.
2 more minutes.
Yeah, but I need this shit up. I need whatever just kicked in before we do it. Do it again.
The contract was in is at $1.60 right now. I bought it at 50 cents. That's it. So if I would have just held it and just said, okay, I'm gonna let this bitch expire worthless, I made 200%.
That's what I did. I must have went far out the money. It's so crazy. Everything is getting wiped right now to zero, and these contracts shot up to.
Yeah, I think you did that first one you bought too high.
Which is fine.
It takes out on you.
Yeah, 60 cents was where it stalled at. But if I'm looking at the chart right now, it looks like what it did was exactly what I'd be telling people. It made a low at 14.10. Then the next pullback, it made a lower low on the option contracts, but a higher what you call it.
Look at it when I get home. I want to take a look at that contract.
Which
See how it
one?
look on my,
Yeah, I'm looking good.
See where it was, I'm gonna be curious to see where it was at, like on the on those bid levels. But like the one that I bought, that shit was working the bid levels like it was a regular stock chart.
Bro, spike right now, and I can make a spike right now.
Wow, this thing is at $1.97.
No, you're good.
400%.
Yeah, I got a son. Just had one in 2022. He's good. Nah, I'm done, brother. That's it. Option expired. Sell one SPX weekly.
He never gave you a chance to like make it down?
No, they made me sell that shit at 2 cents. It's like that. They sold it for me. Word. Man. 100. You know what I'm saying? They said we're gonna have to get our $3. Yeah, it's all good. It was $150 worth weeds for me. They gave me one shot. As soon as I got in, I was
willing to lose 50 bucks, but when it went up 100%, I was like, man, I got a lot of live.
Intercom, no.
That shit is at $2.35 right now. To the market close. What the hell? Because I think they give you like 5 minutes to get out of your position.
Not me. They shut me down, boss.
This contract is at $2.50 right now.
Look at this. So this is something I've been. Oh yeah, change. So this is something I've been noticing with options, right? And this is something I'm kind of teaching my Discord. So at this point, the market made a low, right? Yeah. So the market makes this low and then starts to curl up. It's going. Okay, cool, whatever. That's the lowest point the market went on the actual chart, SPX. Then it makes a higher low. But on the option contracts, it makes a lower low. When I see this, you want to start possibly buying because this makes no sense. This is the divergence for me that I'm like, wait, what? How the hell is price making higher lows? Whoever got in over here, they're selling their contract for a discount when it actually makes no sense because it's higher than when they bought, right? It's like, it's weird. But that's what option does to people. It's like, fuck it, let me just get rid of this contract. So you get that nice little spike up from $16 to $42. Then down here, when I saw it make another higher low, so this is the third higher low where the contracts made another lower low. And then you get that weird ass pump. So whoever was buying down here, they just made maybe $1 million because who knows how many people like just said, fuck it, this contract's bad, let me take $5 out the market. And then you get to sell it for 40 cents, 95. Like it was a boom. Like you're gonna get this boom. I see this often. Higher lows on the chart, lower lows on the contract. When you get that spike, you gotta get the hell out of there. But I thought we were gonna get. But then look what happened. I should have known, bro. Fucking red line, man. I should have known. When only on options, because if I had SPY up right on this chart, it would just be SPY. It's just price action on SPY. But
you'll see this type of divergence where it's making higher lows on the instrument, but on the contract, it just works differently. Like it should make higher lows here, right? But for whatever reason, when the sell-off happened, it was stronger on the contract than it was on the price. So when you see that, for some reason, I have this theory that someone's buying your contract for cheap. They sold you out of your contract. Like they scared you out of your contract. They scared you out of your, yeah. And then you get these spikes, and I can show you case after case after case after case where this happens. So it'd be interesting to see if your boy notices, your boy that used to have to flip people's money. Maybe he notices something like this, and the way I fucked up buying this high, but the way I approach, the way I'm gonna, like, I don't care if I lose. Put that shit up. You just made $95 fucking. That's the 1,000% that we're talking about right there. Because you were willing to lose 100% of this $5 investment because you saw this divergence. They can as well. You mean like this right here? Yeah, so the total transaction on this one, 2020, 2002, this transaction, we had sellers of 1,079 and buyers of like 877. So these guys fuck. Which is, I'm a holder, I'm a bag holder. But yeah, that's just the selling volume in total. And the revenue bringing with like who got nuked in this candle. More sellers than buyers here.
Which contract did you have?
Word. But it's oh man, this is my first option contract for 2 to 3 years, I think. But yeah, I didn't forget about it. Didn't wait for this to occur before I decided to. Like, even if you go here, $22, who cares? Lose that shit.
What contract did you have, Spark? Can you hear me? Yo.
Yeah.
Yo, can you hear me?
I hear you. Give me 1 second. I find that